Well, hello, chat. How you guys doing? Mm. Hello, lurkers. Welcome to Cozy Stream. You are alive and working. Yeah, that sounds about right, because you're far enough west these days that it still like your workday, isn't it? Very funky. Well, hello, Leander. I'm glad we're starting to get people working their way in. Hello, hello. Hope y'all are having a really good day. Oh. Well, fair enough, Blues. Fair enough. Y'all enjoying your weekends? That was a long weekend for me. Because, I actually work Saturdays, Sundays at my part-time job, so I don't actually get, time off. Monday and Tuesdays are my days off. Well, that means I've had a very, very long weekend, so I am very happy to be able to kind of settle in with some Age of Empires, see what they've got going on. But here's the thing, chat. I still did not get as much time as I would have liked to do research for this. That should surprise basically no one. So we're gonna be having very much a, if we see something and we don't know what it is, I am strongly encouraging that if you know what it is, please say something. So that way we can actually talk about it, make sure my perceptions are actually, right. And then on the other side, we'll if no one knows what it is, we're going to be pulling up some research, doing some at least slight looking into stuff, being suspicious of the internet's claims about the Mongols, the usual. And Carmel Vineyard for the tiny host. Welcome. Glad you could join us. Oh my god, I love it, Blues. Blues, I love that you put the thinking finger on the owl. That is moi. Excellent. But I think, what do you say we hop straight into it, things here, with no need to sit and chat for 30 minutes? Because we got a lot to talk about, because we're gonna start up the Mongols, and, at this point we're getting thoroughly outside of my personal expertise. We're already a little bit outside of it, because, well, military history is not my strong suit. Fabulous. But we're gonna start off, I think, by just looking at their tech tree, seeing what stuff they've actually got going on there. Because I think there's quite a lot to be had. And then some really interesting game design stuff to talk about. Alright, let's go. So, first things first. Thank you, Holy Roman Empire. Thank you. Okay. So, let's start off as we swap into the main here by taking a look at our Mongol Campaign. So, masters of mobility and mounted warfare, the Mongols can easily relocate their camp. They gain economic benefits from setting up near stone outcroppings and from raiding enemy buildings. Fair enough. Great Dominion. Forego the need to build houses and begin with maximum population. Traders, do more. Hello, Raptorus. Sacred Ovus. Extract valuable stone using the Ovu. Villagers cannot gather stone, nor can it be gained through the market or tribute. The Ovu provides improved unit production and research within its influence area. The Khanate. Field a singular mighty Khan to provide powerful bonuses to all nearby military units with signal arrows. Early cavalry are good raiders, etc. etc. By lighting buildings on fire, you get plus 50 food and gold, just because. All buildings can be redeployed. Start with maximum population and no houses. You get horsemen immediately. Double produce. Wow. You can use your stone to produce units or research tech. You benefit from having a lot of traders, and your ships are good. Okay. Okay then. So, let's see. First things first, I actually have a thing on the gear. They do not have a thing. They are just saying that this is a building. Right, this is basically our, actually, it's all of our things. It is our lumber camp, mining camp, and mill all in the same place, just as a gear. And then we have the big one. We have the big one here. The Ovu. Yup. Yup. I agree. So, as Raptorus is pointing out in chat, which is very hopeful, the Ovu is a sacred landmark in my understanding of Mongolian religious practices. And so these both mark the landscape for navigation, and are active places of worship. Right. So if I actually, open up the thing here, and then not be on the Wikipedia page. So they're actually something that is still actually done. Well, this one is. Text from 2016. Sorry, I lost track of the train of thought there. I completely lost track of the train of thought there. So this is, from 2016, and is actually a ethnographic thing on the Ovu and its ongoing sacrifice in the present day. So it just literally means a pile, because it is actually a cairn. It's a pile of rocks. It's a pile of rocks. But they're put at important places, right? And look at that. So not only can there be cairns, but there can actually be mountains. Right, 8 mountains that have been decreed sacred by the government. So state rituals are carried out by the state, are considered a national event, and these sacred mountain Ovus, along with Ovus offered at a province level, are considered places with big offerings, associated with grand ceremonies. So, right, this is something that is still very much actively being done as part of a religious revivalist movement of Mongolian shamanisms, and in some ways as a remnant of continuous practice. So this is really important for both historical and modern religious practices, and in the game it ends up just being a source of stone because of a visual similarity, wherein the pile of rocks is a pile of rocks. And the question here I would have immediately is, of course, if we see this, Mongol Empire mining. Right. So this is a blog, so let's take it with a grain of salt, but it is a popular science article about a University of Pittsburgh study from the looks like probably either late 2014 or 2015. But, right, the immediate thought here would be, is the reason they are making the Ovu the source of stone in the game truly just because they think it is distinctive and they are making sure that players can use the same ability in a way that is familiar while having a visual reference? Or is that because there's actually a historical argument being made about usage or lack thereof of stone? But, well, the Yuan dynasty operates silver mines around Lake Erhai, and presumably therefore offers other types of mines. So, there immediately is proof that I think we can safely say it is the former and not the latter. The thing is, Magistressa, they do know it's a sacred site. They absolutely know that an Ovu is a sacred site. Look at how much it does. Right, so the Ovu produces stone. While the people can't, the Ovu does. So the building has a visual reference to the pile of rocks that it is, and also is a familiar gameplay trope where the place with stones still produces stone for you to use. But, right, the Ovu also provides inspiration, very much similar to what the Holy Roman Empire does with the prelate. As a matter of fact, let's actually click over to the HRE to take a look at what their prelate does. Where is it? Right, making them work 40% faster. Right, so the prelate makes things work faster. The Mongols, their Ovu, has a very similar thing in that it is either allowing them to discover more stuff, you know, thereby being a culturally significant site and a site that settlement kind of revolves around, or as a way to double produce units. In either case, a similar form of inspiration to enable the Mongols' playstyle. So they are looking at this as a religious or some sort of at least sacred, a very minimum culturally significant place. It's just that this is the clearest example so far of sort of the limitations of the fact that the game is constantly revolving around the military. This one is really, really good example of that limitation, right? So, you can't really explore the shamanisms of the Mongols in a useful way in Age of Empires because they have no framework by which to allow people to understand it. And so, right, the best historical reconstruction isn't the only goal. Right, they're referencing it to acknowledge it exists, as they do with the deer stones and the silver tree, being also sacred landmarks. But we're also seeing, you know, there's a gameplay familiarity that's required. A stone deposit needs to be harvestable stone. Just as a gameplay limitation, in order for players to be able to pick up the Mongols without fundamentally breaking the mechanics of the game, stone outcroppings need to produce stone. And so, they're taking the visuals as good enough and then making sure it fulfills the gameplay's purpose. And then referring to the fact that, yeah, you aren't supposed to take stones from it, but the fact that villagers cannot take stones from it. The Ovu self-produces stone. And eventually depletes itself, because that's a balance thing. But, right, the villagers cannot take things away from this sacred place, from the stone pile of the Ovu. is instead something that the Ovu itself innately does. So it's not a graceful solution, but it's actually, I think, right, one that is easy to look at and be annoyed by, and then actually kind of functions reasonably well as an attempt at adaptation. Right? It's not great, but I don't think it's as bad as it's easy as it looks. Well, deer stones are another ritualistically significant thing, and I'm less sure on the silver tree. We may take a look at that. Anyway. Kurultai being the camp, and then a step redoubt. Perfect. Prayer tents being the replacement for the cathedral, and then you get increasing palaces. Right. So the other thing I need to do with this, I think that's interesting, is that the theme of the Mongols is that everything is movable. And as a gameplay idea, this is actually super cool, and I'm kind of a fan, because it's messing with core RTS ideas again, right? It's trying to say something about a culture by messing with the core RTS ideas. Because they're not messing with their progression system for them. They're just messing with the fundamental mechanic of you're building up a town by letting everyone be able to move all the time. What's potentially a problem here is, of course, the fact that the Mongols are not historically actually nomadic, especially as they start expanding. There are, like, nomadic groups, but there have also been for a very long time semi-permanent settlements, and especially in the Middle Ages, we see huge adoption in part of the Mongol expansion, the conquest of cities, and the rapid urbanization and highly successful urbanization of Mongol forces and of Mongol communities. So it's interesting that they're leaning so hard into this origins of them as Central Asian steppe nomads, and letting this continue to be true all the way through. Right. A freaking Khaganate palace. Or literally a monument of the Great Khan being... These are not mobile things, right? These two are super definitely not mobile. A Kurultai is. But, I mean, the deer stones aren't. These aren't really movable. These kind of are. These aren't. Exactly. Right, Jeremiah? You said it better than I did there, so even with nomadic groups that didn't expand as rapidly, we still find use of sedentary methods, nomadic being a bit misleading. Right, because yeah, there are semi-permanent communities that pretty much exist all over the place. You might have groups coming together, settling for an extended period of time, or even just seasonally staying in one place. Spread out, come back together, spread out, come back together, over and over. And as a result, you may have pockets of people that are actually living as agriculturalists rather than pastoralists. It's fine. It's totally fine. But yeah, it is going to be super interesting to dig into these, and I'll be curious to see how they're doing some of these. Huh. I'll be very curious. But we are going to do these. The Mongol Campaign. And first up is the Battle of the Kolka River.
From the vast reaches of the Mongolian steppe, an army of over 100,000 men swept aside all resistance, claiming territories that spanned continents. Their leader, Genghis Khan, proclaimed his life's ambition was to unite the world under one empire. Having conquered the east, the Mongols turned their attention to the west, where they would come face to face with some of the greatest armies of medieval Europe. Would Genghis Khan's legendary warriors finally meet their match?
The answer is, of course, no, not really.
By 1221, the Mongols had taken cities throughout Asia, generating vast amounts of tribute from those they conquered. The West, however, was still an untapped resource. Genghis Khan sent his trusted generals, Jebei and Subutai, to attack Europe. With an army of 20,000, Jebei and Subutai took the West by surprise.
Well,
raiding cities and destroying armies.
It is worth saying
Within 2 years,
that Jebei and
they had the
Subutai
prosperous Rus
were
territories in their
kind of
sight.
acting on their own.
But in their way was a Rus army of over 40,000 men.
Kind of acting on their own.
Outnumbered, Jebei and Subutai turned and started to head back east. The Rus sensed an easy victory and set off in pursuit of their retreating enemies. For 8 days, the fast-moving Mongols stayed just out of reach. Then, Jebei and Subutai set their trap. They lured the Rus across the Kolka River and turned to fight. The Rus had fallen for one of the Mongols' most effective tactics.
To be fair,
Feigned retreat.
an 8-day-long feigned retreat
The
is a
stage
very
was
long
set
one.
for the Mongol army to test themselves against Europe's finest.
Okay. So. First things first, while they're loading, let's actually pull up a bit of research. Because that seems helpful. It seems very, very helpful. The first thing I'm seeing is that they are basically word for word going for the numbers estimated by Britannica. Right. But the background to this is that Jebei and Subutai were actually kind of operating on their own. They eventually got approval for further expeditions from Genghis Khan, but it's not immediately good. You're gonna sit there and be patient. It's not immediately clear that they are acting with the full backing. And certainly they are rather overextended, right? They are way out in no man's land relative to much of the rest of the Mongol armies, which are currently somewhere around Bactria. So they are way the heck out of it. But look at that, the Kumans and Kipchaks get defeated, they retreat, and then you get Mstislav, and Yuri. It's not super clear. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Look at this. Losses Russian, 20,000 out of 30,000. Mongol, very few. That is not... That sounds dubious. Let me put it that way. So we're actually going to see if this one has anything different, right? Because they have a lot more details. Where are they getting? Okay. They are all working off the same sources here. I suspect... What I suspect is happening here is that the 20,000 is a number coming off out of the secret history, which is our main source for a lot. Yeah, okay. Look at that. The primary chronicle says 10,000 killed, while the much later one, Nikonian, says 60,000. Novgorodian First Chronicle says 1 in 10 made it back home. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, what's clear here is that this is... Yeah, look at how he's in by Khwarezmian army. So yeah, he's out like on the other side of the Caspian Sea. Okay. So, look at this. The Genghis Khan eventually granted Jebbe permission, and with Subutai as second command, the Mongols advanced to the city of Derbent, which refused to surrender. And then promised to spare the city in return for 10 guides, of which they immediately killed one of them. Oops. Crossed the Caucasus, and then did another raid here. So this is certainly an important battle. My sense, though, is that this is actually one of those that's a little bit... Oh no. Potentially a little bit exaggerated, right? It's clearly significant in that it's the longest cavalry raid. But I suspect it's more important in people's imaginations of the Mongols more than it is for the Mongols' forces themselves. Right? Because the Rus are not captured or defeated permanently for another decade. It just was a really, really bad loss. It does. KJ, you are absolutely right. We will cycle back to that as we actually start playing. So the comment is, I'm not sure about the line calling the Russian forces at this time Europe's finest.
The Mongols charged across the European plains.
It seems like one of those deadliest warrior lines from a Discovery Channel show.
The Rus had fallen for the Mongol tactic of the feigned retreat, and unknowingly followed them into peril.
They're pretty much just in peril anyway, but that's
The
okay.
Mongol general sprung his trap on the enemy scouts.
That's okay. Boom, 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 boom.
With the Rus scouts cut down, General Subutai crossed the Kalka River. Here, he would stage a full-scale ambush on the vast Rus army.
I wonder how unified they're going to suggest this is. Because it seems like the Slavic sources obviously all present the Mongols as extremely unified, which makes sense.
Subutai directed his warriors to split up and lie in wait for the enemy.
Control 1, Control 2, Control 3, Control 4, Control 5, and Control 6. So, 4 is going to move out here, 3 is going to move out here, 6 is going to move way off into here. Jeez. We might actually keep send number 5 out here too. So all of this is going to be 1, and they're just going to line up this way. Big stagger formation. Let's go. How well are we going to micromanage here? And Beard Power, hello. Welcome. This does feel a little bit
For Subatai's strategy to be effective, he needed to spring his trap before the Rus recovered from their long pursuit.
Okay, but like, where are they?
He sent his most fearsome Mangudai horse archers to draw the Rus quickly towards the ambush site. These highly skilled warriors could fire their bows rapidly while riding at speed.
Uh-huh. Attack speed arrow, movement speed. Perfect. I'm actually gonna use the whole group 1 here. Who's this force? Is it mostly... It's actually mostly spears. So this should be interesting.
The Mongol provocation was effective, and the Rus hastily pursued.
Come on. I believe in you. And we lead them to the ambush point, and then we...
had fallen for the feigned retreat and rode straight into the Mongol ambush. With the enemy surrounded, Subatai's battle-ready warriors descended from all sides.
Come on, where is my leader? Subatai? Subatai, where are you? Attack speed arrow. Hello, squad 5? So this is not going amazingly, I'll say. But that's alright. We don't need to go amazingly, we're going well enough. I will say, all of these... The fact that all of these spears are... causing us grief means that this is actually a much more even fight than historical. Hey look, there's like a handful more there. One more squad. Well then.
The Mongol ambush was devastating, and Rus numbers were reduced to a few desperate stragglers. Seeing the fate of their comrades, the last Rus encircled themselves in a makeshift fort of baggage carts.
Can't say that went well, but that's okay. By the way, we have completely erased pretty much the rest of the entire... The entire remains of the diversities present at this battle, because there are 3 Rus princes, each with their own retinues, plus some Kumans, plus some Kipchaks among the Turkic peoples in the area. Do you guys actually move and shoot at the same time properly? Yeah, you do. Attack speed boost. Dang. So, Grand Chicken Lord, is this the area and period when some of the offshoots of Genghis Khan's army encounter some of Europe preparing for a crusade?
The Rus stockade fell. Despite a valiant last stand, the remnants of the Rus army were cut down.
As we burn this area. So, by the way, so the princes, you know, Mstislav and other, or Mstislav the Bold, Mstislav the Mstislav the Bold escapes. Mstislav the Third of Kiev dies. He is killed. He is captured and he is executed. It is not good. But I'm not actually sure if Mstislav is preparing for a crusade. Let's see if we can actually find out. Because where is he? Mstislav. But yeah, okay, look at this. More recent estimate is Rus army is 10,000 soldiers, while the Kumans bought 5,000, while Karl Sverdrup says it was maybe 8,000. So, yeah. Anyway, where is Mstislav? Mstislav. Hold on. Right, I mean, I'm not super familiar either. But, looks like he is... I wonder if there is a Rus crusade. Let's see if we can find out. You know, pull that back up. See if we can see. Looks like there is a Baltic Crusade in the... Let's see. Let's see what we've got here. A nice little review of a book. So, it looks like Livonia. So yeah, I guess this is an important thing. You know, the Rus princes are Orthodox, not Catholic, which means the Pope has no ability to ask them to go on crusade. Which is important. So, there are crusades made against people living north of the Rus, in the Baltic. But, you do have the Battle of Neva, Battle of the Ice, and etc. Sort of happening a few years later. So I would say it's like, I'd suggest, though I would need to do more research into, you know, this. I would suggest that it is unlikely that Rus princes are actually preparing for the crusade, but rather that they are being witnesses to early stages of crusading out of Scandinavia and the early stages of the Hansa League against the Baltic peoples. That would be my instinct as to what it is, because being very orthodox and being very uneager to change that, it is, in my estimation, extremely improbable that a crusade, what is just in a meaningful way a Latin Christian event, that then happens to, you know, intersect with a lot of other histories, but it is, you know, mostly promulgated by Latin Christendom. I find it unlikely that the Rus would be eager participants in that.
On the banks of the Kolka River, thousands of
But yeah.
Rus were killed by the Mongols.
I also agree, KJ, as you said earlier, that there was
become the hunted. But in the years leading up to this Mongol raid in the west,
Oh, we're going
Genghis
back in
Khan
time.
had been focusing his attacks on the east, and the Qin dynasty of northern China.
We're going back in time. Ooh, this is exciting.
Wealthy lands and trade routes, Qin cities overflowed with riches. In 1210, the Qin's new ruler, seeing Genghis Khan as a threat, demanded that he swear loyalty to him. Genghis Khan refused. To the Qin, this defiance was a declaration of war. The Qin had a huge army, and their territory was protected by vast fortifications.
Yes, that
Known
Ming
today
wall.
as
That
the Great Wall.
that Ming. Stop showing your Ming Dynasty fortifications for
The Mongols
Jin.
never faced a more formidable enemy.
centuries earlier.
Genghis
Come on.
Khan used
I
the
knew they were
only
going
way
to do that.
defeat the
I
Qin,
100% knew they were going to do
their
that, and
heavily
I'm not
defended capital city,
enjoying
Yangdu.
it.
on the other side of the Great Wall. Genghis Khan would be committing his people to a long, hard war. Would the rewards be worth the cost? For answers, he looked to the gods. Climbing a sacred mountain.
Okay, this is straight out of the Secret History of the Mongols. Which is, to be fair, our real only full biography of Genghis Khan, despite being quite a bit later.
The Mongols would be victorious.
Yep.
With divine reassurance, the Mongol army set out across the steppe.
Yeah.
They must break through the Great Wall to destroy the Qin dynasty.
Not this wall,
and
though.
Further expand the Mongol Empire.
Okay. Grand Chicken Lord, this is actually wrong. That Wikipedia blurb is wrong. Papacy rejected the pleas of Georgia in favor of launching crusades in Iberia and the Middle East, as well as preaching a crusade against the Kievan Rus in 1238 for refusing to join his earlier Balkan Crusade. So, they are not... That is actually wrong, because modern scholarship has almost totally moved away from the idea that the Crusades are being... that the warfare that took place against the Crusades, or against the Rus, in the late 1230s, 1240s, is actually a crusade. Right? There is a complex pattern of developing relations, but the actual calls for crusade are against non-Rus peoples along the Baltic coast. So, you know. The blurb, Wikipedia is out of date on this one. Anyway, so yeah, the documentary style comes back to bite us quite badly here, because they did two things in a row that are really bad. Firstly, the armies are the finest in the world, the finest they have to offer, despite not the best funded, not the best trained, not the largest. Certainly impressive in their own right. The Rus were a powerful state in the 13th century. But it was also a disorganized state. It's a bunch of competing principalities that had alliances. And a diverse group of people working together. And a diverse group of people that broke together, right? Certainly we are seeing some interesting... extremely interesting things of like the Kumans being blamed for the line breaking and causing a huge disaster. But, right, to call the either army their respective areas finest is pretty oof. Exactly, Grand Chicken Lord. We made these armies the finest we could. We put them in a mill and we ground them up really, 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 really fine. That's totally what they meant. 100%. And then on the other one here, they did the classic, the Great Wall, the Jin fortification, is the Ming Dynasty fortification from the 1500s. In 1213. That was a big old thunk. You knew they were going to do it, though, because they always do it. Because the Great Wall looks dramatic as hell. And so you show it, and you're like, yeah, look at how they did this. Everyone does it, and it's not right. My understanding of the Great Wall in the Jin period is that's primarily earthworks, not this giant stone wall. They literally always do it. And that's what you get when you're using, like, real... whatever aerial footage you can get, and then trying to glamorize that even further.
Blocked Genghis Khan's path to the Great Wall.
How did they pronounce that?
Seeing the strength of the defenses at the front of the fortress, Genghis Khan dispatched his scouts to seek out an alternate approach. Mongol warfare relied heavily on the mobility of mounted scouts. They could travel at high speed, explore the terrain, and gather information on enemy weaknesses.
Okay, that's fine. Zhangjiako.
The Khan's swift riders advanced up the steep mountain, discovering a hidden path above the Qin fortress.
Hello. Those are wolves. They're spooky. Let's steer clear of them. They're hidden. They're whispering, chat. They're sneaky. Oh boy. Look at the age system. Look at that. We're in age 1 right now.
The Qin had deployed patrols on the mountain above their fortress. But the Mongol scouts, although isolated from their army, had the advantage of speed.
Look at the fact that we are in the, like, lowest, smallest age. I hate that because, it's the 13th century. Guess what China had in the 13th century? Ooh, thank you. Let us pause this real quick to pull that up. Did someone suggest gunpowder? Okay. We got some ruins of the Jin fortifications. Obviously, not a high-res image, not by any means. Not the highest resolution image, but you can see, right, it is earthworks. The remains of it have been basically fully collapsed and subsumed. So this is in Inner Mongolia. So, you know, think of a wall like that rather than the glory of the Ming period wall. Ah, yes. Anti-tank RPG launchers. You're not... Yep. Totally. After all, you know, Grand Chicken Lord, knights are the tanks of the Middle Ages. And a hand cannon will ruin a knight's day pretty quick. Therefore, that's clearly the same thing as an anti-tank RPG launcher. Similar in effect, if not in actual, you know, anything. Oh, we're just gonna run away. Goodbye. Oh, you guys are just gonna stand there and watch? Okay, bye. Okay.
The Mongol riders discovered an embankment leading to the back of the fortress. Here they found far fewer Qin defenses than at the front. Learning of the weak defenses at the back of the fortress, Genghis Khan saw his opportunity to attack.
Oh boy.
The Mongols began their ride to battle.
We're just gonna head up this way. Destroy the keep at Zhangjiako.
If the Mongols took the fortress, they could freely advance on the Great Wall.
Okay, that was just armor and speed. Okay, perfect. We can outrun them. You guys okay? Good. You are okay. We're just gonna make a squad that is, yes. No, we should not do that. That is bad. That is a bad plan. What? Where are they? Okay, these guys are actually group 1. These guys are group 2. There's other group 3. The Great Khan is part of Shift 2, Control 2. Perfect. Nailed it. Is that everyone? That is everyone. Perfect. I mean, I think I already had the hot take on the Great Wall. Didn't I? I don't know. The Great Wall is complicated. I won't say too much on it just because I'm insufficiently familiar with the Mongol expansion, and then later, you know, the Ming China is something I do not know much above average on. So I won't speak too heartily on it because duh. But it obviously is. I think it's safe to say that the value of the Great Wall as a practical investment is not necessarily the same as its value total. Like, I think it's really safe to say that. Come on, burn. Hurry up and burn already.
The Mongols burned the enemy building, claiming valuable spoils from the ruins.
Uh-huh. And these guys are just gonna micromanage really hard, completely surround these guys, and then get wrecked. Perfect. Spread out two. Actually, one also go out here. Two is just gonna run around this way, completely overwhelm these defenses. And then we'll go after the keep. I mean, the thing that's difficult is exactly right there. There is a lot going on. When we imagine the Great Wall as a cultural icon, as well as a physical fortification, because ultimately the Ming one is in part a visible claiming of Ming authority over the landscape. That is.
The Mongols sacked the fortress of Shangjaku, ensuring that they would
That's
not
a
be attacked
terrible.
from behind
That is a
as they
terrible
advanced on the Great
pronunciation.
Wall.
How did they think they could get away with that pronunciation?
With the Qin fortress posing no further threat, Genghis Khan called on his people to bring in their mobile camp. Next, the Mongols needed a base close to the Great Wall. They targeted the Qin village of Yangcheng.
Anyway, right. Because the Ming forces, or the Ming dynasty has this interesting, exactly, right? Interesting situation of needing to reclaim authority after the Yuan, and going, hey, there's a... Cool. He's got a bunch of resources, that's neat. A whole bunch of resources that come out of... Okay, so can we just unpack here, basically? Is that a thing we can do? Yeah, we can. Sweet. Just unpack that. There's a gear, which we can unpack, I guess, over here. And then you're a barracks. Cool. You're a pasture. Cool. Who's attacking me? Wait, sorry, who's actually attacking me? Oh, there's an outpost out here. That's what it is. Okay, those are a lot of villagers. Do we have an OVO already? That's another pasture. Okay. Hi. Build an OVO. Just on top of this thing. And then you are going to build a landmark, which is a... I think we'll go for the deer stone. Just all the way out here. And then we'll grab a couple of folks here. Do that. Boom. 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 Hi, are these all archers? Those are all archers. Let's get a couple more villagers. Have them start working on this. Sorry, 3 back up. 2. Need 2 to move this way. And then we'll attack that in there and kill these guys. Perfect. Well, would you look at this? Anyway, did I say anything coherently enough, chat, or did I get rambly? I may have gotten rambly. I'm not sure. So they're there doing stuff. They're building things. You're working on it. Cool. How are they actually portraying the OVO? I mean, I like how they're portraying it. It's just...
Hearing of the Mongol advance, nearby Qin villages began sending attacks, hoping to weaken Genghis Khan's army.
We can build a whole bunch of these, which would be great. New age, which means, can we grab a village? We've got like 5 villagers here. We can build a stable. Please build stable. Build archery range. Let's build a blacksmith. And then gather stuff. What stuff do we have to gather? Probably more sheep. We're just gonna like auto gather sheep for a hot second. Cool. Where are we at? Bunch of these guys are gonna build stuff. You're doing your own thing. Upgrade. And then we'll maul that. And then there's a bunch of things out here. Perfect. Sheep gathering. Then we've upgraded the horsemen. And then there's... looks like 3 villages out here. We're just gonna ruin these guys' day, because holy good lord. Look at this easily abusable AI. Oh, it's so easy. Oh, it's so easily abusable. The fact that I don't have to stop to attack is so helpful. Like, that is actually huge. Now. Bunch of these guys. Handy. I want these manga die. I want as many manga die as I can get. Holy good lord. Go work on that, go work on that. Go work on that. Okay. Now. All these guys, raiding arrow. Oh hey, look at this. Definitely super Jin building. But as for the people building it, building the Great Wall, I'm not sure off the top of my head, Chicken Lord, but I think it's a mix. The answer is almost certainly a mix of all of the above. The conscripted Han villagers, people brought in, specialized engineers, military leaders. I'm pretty sure it's all of the above all worked on it, because it's just such an enormous project. But I don't know off the top of my head how they're actually, you know, how they're actually treated. Might be something we can look into here in a bit. So we're just gonna raise this, which will be great. We do seem to be going for the burn it all to the ground strategy, which, you know, fair. Fair. Correct. Dead kid?
The Mongols had stopped the
First time
attacks on its
chat.
garrison.
Welcome. Looks more like a Hakka walled village than a northern Shihyuan compound. You are absolutely correct. Mechanically, the Yuan dynasty, or sorry, the Jin dynasty in this game, is using the Song dynasty template. Which is to say, they, wow, these guys take forever to build. I mean, when they build, they're going to be great, because they are the best units, but they sure do take their time. Maybe we'll up that damage. Maybe we'll up that damage too. And we've got a lot of gold right now, or a lot of wood right now, I should say. I mean, we're building. Does that mean we're building archers? I feel like that means we're building archers and spears. We're building a lot of spears right now. Perfect. Speaking of spears, go attack them. And then we'll surround them all with these guys, and it'll be a mess. I'm wondering if it was an imposition for people that took their time and energy from the livelihoods or did stimulate local economy. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we're just gonna move these stones. Yep. Totally. No. Why not? Let's put a pause on this. And then we will switch, pull back up the thing, and we're gonna take a look into that, Chicken Lord, just for you. Let's take a look into the Great Wall. Since we are trying to burn it to the ground, we may as well at least look it up first. Thank you. Great Wall. Engineering. Ming. We'll look at the Ming one, because that's the big one. It does obviously depend. But let's see. Blah 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 blah. This is not helpful. This is not super helpful because it's just saying civil engineers, which makes sense. I know that there's a lot of that it is a clearly well-designed building. But we can take into a look. unfortunately, right, we're kind of dealing a little bit, right? We may have some artists' renderings of what this may look like. Obviously, a lot of people involved here. But I don't know that we have a whole lot of good primary accounts as to how they went about doing it. Because, unfortunately, it can be pretty hard to say. Let's see. Does National Geographic give us anything useful? Let's see. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, that still doesn't say. Gotta love it. Quick. Economic impact. Let's see. These are, of course, since I said economic impact, it's immediately going to modern tourism. So we'll just look at Great Wall construction. Uh-huh. Let's see. Mr. Waldron, do you have anything helpful here? Illustrations. Great Wall, making of the Great Wall. So look, we've actually got a book from 1990 here. Interesting. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. Yeah, you know, Grand Chicken Lord, it's a great thing to be interested in, but it of course has, well, we've got a lot of pages missing here, unfortunately. But I totally agree with you, right? How the common people are interesting, or actually felt about something is really much more interesting than military history. Thank you. Waldron's book is about more of the politics of the wall. Let's see if this has anything. Come on, PDF. Please don't download into a new tab. I don't want to have to pull up more things. Korea Science, please work with me here. Yeah, there we go. First section underwent 1368, then underwent major reconstruction. Blah blah blah. Well, if we are... I wonder if it's going to open this up in... Yup. That's exactly what it did. Alright. Give me just a moment so I can open up a file here. We're gonna see how this does, because... if ancient construction materials and methods doesn't tell us something useful, then I'll be very curious as to what the heck it's thinking. Right, I'll be extremely curious what the heck this thinks it's doing. If it is not telling us anything helpful about how the wall was constructed. Let's see, what are we looking at here? There we go. Let's see. Scopes of the study. Let's stick to conclusions. Construction materials. 3 main components: outer layer, inner layer, and walkway. Cool. More construction materials, more construction materials, more construction materials. So, to construct the wall, workers must have first cleared the site, then began excavation, and then fire setting, etc. Some options here. So, looks like they're a little bit glossing over the who exactly is doing this. But what does seem to be clear is that, first of all, the first thing that's clear to me from this is that there's a lot of unknowns about the construction and upkeep, given that they just say, right, construction sequence plan described in this paper is based on their own construction experience and the most logical way to construct it. So that means that there is not a clear source to inform us on which one that there is that these authors are aware of, which makes sense. And it's not even clear, it seems, how many workers were working on it at most points in its construction. Apart from a few high-profile urban legends and or historical records, there's a lot of mystery in this, so there's a lot of guessing. We know when it was set up, but not really what went into it or what the experiences of those working on the wall may have been. I'm sure people who in chat, if you have other resources like you think do help answer that question, please share them. We can pull them up, we can talk about them. I fully concede that I am not an expert in this time period or topic, so I'm not gonna pretend I have expertise when I don't. But exactly, Chicken Lord, you said it exactly. People don't tend to record what common farmers thought about things, and how they may affect their lives or their opinion, as much as those of the rulers. Correct. Historical materials do have biases, and while historians have gotten very, very good at reading information out about people that the authors had no interest in actually referring to, it nevertheless is the case that there is a lot that is just gone, that we simply do not know. So there's a bunch of that, there's a bunch of that. Grab a couple of these, grab more of them. Let's grab all these guys. Control 2. Grab actually all the horsemen, plus all these guys. Control 1. Okay, there's this group, and then we'll make the spears. We'll make the spears group 3, we'll make the archers group 4. Ow. Go on, chase me. I dare you. Chase me. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, we're gonna send groups 3 and... Sorry. Group 4. Nope. Group 3. Group 4. There we go. So groups 3 and 4 are gonna actually head off this way. So that they are going to maul. My big chunk of spears are gonna just completely maul them. Well, then I'll have my cavalry do other stuff. Hey look, it's another trade. For attack move, please. And I've got a much bigger force here, so we're just gonna steamroll them real quick and move on. Come on, kill him. There we go. We'll just micromanage these guys all the way over. Notice I am bad at RTSs. If you have not noticed yet, I am not very good at them. And so we would just kind of micromanage each group one at a time. And then we'll beat our objectives. Like, I should be building more things here. Like, if I'm not researching things, doing stuff, That's just like a mistake. Even though it means I'm totally out of gold right now. Which means no more of the things I wish I had. But that's okay. We'll stomp these guys. Well. Come on. Just finish this. There's not that many of them. Not that many of them, come on. There we go. So these guys are just gonna maul the whole village. I'm gonna ask them to like be... have them be extra aggressive, no? Just like a attack move into the center there. Hey, look! Now, in the meantime, we'll grab groups 1 and 2. Group 1, off this way. Group 2, come join them. And off this way. Exactly. Burning the buildings gives me a bunch more gold. They'll be off doing their own thing. It's not a big deal. See? We got a bunch of gold for that, actually. That's like 50 a pop. Oof, just like steamrolled them. Holy moly. Alright, that was like half of their forces. And a random house. I like that this landscape is populated. Right, I mean, that's a fairly easy thing to be not doing. That's actually an extremely easy thing to just forget to do, is that you're actually populating the whole landscape. So it's not just towns, it's not just any singular thing. Instead, it's a bunch of stuff. Where's the one building? Come on, guys. Y'all gotta get with the times. There's one building y'all haven't destroyed. Get on it. There we go. I mean, I'm just bad at the remembering to build things part of it. Which is kind of bad. I won't lie. It's not a great look for me. Because I got a lot of folks over here. I've got enough resources so I think totally wipe this thing off the map. We're just going to group everyone up here real quick. And then... Are y'all still working on it? But yeah, look at this Song Village. Look at this southern Song Village. The fact that the Jin aren't represented in China's mechanics, culture, progression at all makes me sad. Because they are important, and interesting, and extremely cool. And are also Manchurian, right? They're Jurchen. Also, yeah, let's earn ourselves some cash here, because we can do that. Quite easily, actually. Do I get cash for burning... I get cash for burning fields. They take 2.5 seconds and I get money for them. wild. So what's the town look like? Okay, so there's the entrance to the town itself right there. Perfect. So we'll actually just have them like stand there and burn everything there. We'll get this. Whoa. So. You done? Perfect. Scorch that. Let's get the whole squad over here. So they can come in. Looks like there's another entrance up, like I guess up here. But we'll head around. We'll just stack the whole squad around. Move in. And then we'll have to look at packing everything up and moving on. Because they need to be closer. As a matter of fact, we could probably look at doing that a little bit as soon as these kind of finish. We can probably look at doing that, moving and getting the deer stones over to where they need to be in order to be helpful. Anyway. We're not playing particularly fast, but it is working. And then we'll set up in the ruins of the old town, with our definitely a nomadic camp and definitely not just occupying the buildings. Control 1. Squad 3. Well. Squad 3. Squad 4 is still Squad 4, they can just plop themselves up there. And then these guys are all still working on it, so they'll actually group up here. Squad 2, Squad 3 walk forward, Squad 1 get over there. Squad 4 line up there. And then we'll see if we can take on the town. Because it should be right here. Yeah. And see if we can't. I don't know, like, do something about this? Is anyone actually attacking me? Sorry. Oh. That's what's happening. As all my horsemen die. Okay, so this didn't even count as part of the town. Well, wanna go help? Just a thought. Just a thought. Okay, let's go. Goodbye. Well, hello. Emmett, I'd be happy to do that. We'll keep that in mind. Remind me before we get into the end here, because that would be a very fun exercise. Though obviously. Wow. Look at all these sheeps. But also, Pack up, pack up. Oh, they just instigate. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Poof. Watch this. Rocks? Boom. What rocks? Oh, the OVO can't actually get set. That one can't get packed up. Everything else can, though. Everything else can. Hello? Please raise this thing to the ground. You are so slow. Honestly. There's one building left somewhere. There's a building left somewhere. Hello? Hello? We have to kill every last freaking thing. Alright. Well, rest in peace, town. You might be missed.
Fell to the Mongols, and nothing now stood between Genghis Khan and the Great Wall.
Okay, but like, was that the end? Sorry. No. That's what I thought. What's the wall actually look like?
It was time to face the Qin head-on at the Great Mountain Pass at Juyong.
Like, what's the chin? What does it actually look like? Mr. Mangadai, please make your way this way. And then we'll get set up, we'll get the blacksmith. And then I guess it's way up here. Alright. I think the battering rams are the best. Okay. Thank you, folks. Head over here. So. So the OVO is under attack, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. We're just gonna... Dang it! Okay, battering ram. Battering ram. Battering ram. And battering ram. We can make 4 of them. We may as well make 4 of them. Yes, I understand that you're attacking that. I don't actually care. But what are you actually working on it? Why are you not actually working on it? Oh well. Where's the town center? There's the town center. Hello? Hello? Video game? Anyone wanna let me know what you're doing? Cause like the town center just like isn't unpacking. Do I need to have a person work on it? Like, what's happening? Game? Okay, that built. Cool, I can just throw more spearmen at the problem. Okay, so the archers just like chose not to build it, but the spears can. Cool, 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 cool. So? What is happening? It's like everything has just like shut off. And everyone else has just like forgotten what they're doing. Is it just that only one thing can unpack at a time? Like, what's going on? What is going on? Okay, there we go. Now it worked. Okay. Cool. Where's the villager? Got so many idle villagers. I need an Ovu right there. Give me another one right there. This is a blacksmith, I need to unpack that. And I've got enough things already, actually. I think I can just go, like, load in. Load in. Now build me so many spears. I can literally build, like, so many spears right now. And then I don't think these guys can load in. Yeah, cavalry can't load in, it's only infantry. So... no. No. Okay. So, with this whole squad... what can I actually do? What do I need to do? I need to spend everything I can on getting Mongol. Alright, we're just gonna build like a bunch of Mongol right now. Until we run out of resources, which is like never. And then we build the... We build another stable is what we do. Actually. Like... Yeah, looks like we had a great labor strike. Now we're fine. I don't know what this actually does, by the way. I don't know what the Yam Speed Aura is. But sure is something. Then you get a second one of those, and then you're building the expensive guys. And once those build, then we have the whole squad just like roll up and demand that they give us their lunch money. Okay. So those are working, those are working. Perfect. Hooray. They're doing stuff. Hello. Welcome. What's that? So, we are kind of just waiting. We're kind of stuck in an in-between things, where I'm just building up my army in order to be able to stomp the Great Wall. But we... Oh, well. If you're looking for how to get good at the game, you've come to the wrong place, because I am certainly not that. What I am able to do, though, is talk about a whole bunch of the history around the game, and how I think they're actually portraying it. But as you can see, we are currently in an RTS where we are doing nothing, which is a bad sign.
In order for Genghis Khan's assault to go as planned, he would need to move his base closer to the Great Wall.
Game.
Fortunately, the Mongols specialized in the construction of mobile camps and could easily pack their holdings and move to a new location.
Game, what makes you think that I am going to do that? What makes you think that I am ever going to do that when I just have to kind of walk up, maul these towns, and then do stuff? I am enjoying it, yes. I'm enjoying it greatly. But yeah, right, because I'm a historian, the campaigns are super interesting ways to look at how they think about history. Right. Hey, look. I probably should have used the other set of guys to do this. But, hey, look at that Ming Dynasty wall right there. God, it's so much not what the Jin Dynasty wall looks like. God, it's hilarious. Yeah, like, why would I do that? Honestly, game. Okay, so that's built. That's almost built. Oh, this should... Oh, God. So that finishes up those. I think then we probably have enough people to do what we want to do. Nope, that's bad. It's actually quite bad. Where's Genghis Khan? That's alright. There's Genghis Khan. Oh, come on. Give me the Khan. That's alright. I think it's time that we start moving. With all of my cavalry. Way too many cavalry. But yeah, how did you come across the channel? Were you just, like, browsing the AoE tab? Now, where is the Khan? Like, where is he? I just saw him. I just had him. Where did he go? There he is. Sir, go stand with your horse archers. Why are you part of Shift 2, Control 2? Okay, now he's just always part of the fight. Now he's just part of everything. These guys are all Group 3. Let's try that again. Ooh, great question. How would a non-combat focused game handle the people, and I think we can even be more specific, the events we see in this game? I think that's a really interesting question there, because I think Age of Empires, right, if we thought of, like, you know, I guess something more akin to a game like, say, Farmville or some kind of, like, sim, still keeping it as a sim, just as, like, an economic simulator, instead of as a military simulator. Hey, 2. Charge arrow. Meanwhile, these guys can just kind of go up there. These guys can just push up quite far, push up extremely far. These guys back up, these guys take the lead. Group 2, keep running around, confusing them. Group 3, you can move up now. Group 2, head over this way. Group 1, attack this one. Group 3, attack this one. There we go. Exactly. A city sim, but for cities near the conflict that have to deal with how it affects them. That would be extremely interesting. Please unload. Please unload faster. Please unload. God, unload Group 3. Okay, good. They did. Group 3 has to attack the main gate, and Group 4 is doing its thing. There we go. Easy. I agree, a city sim would be a super interesting choice there. I think another super interesting choice, though, would be, right, basically a nomadic pastoralist sim.
The warriors of the grasslands stormed the Great Wall.
Right? So it's just
The
like an
formidable
economic sim.
barricade, thought insurmountable, finally bent to the will of Genghis Khan.
And... oh, we just need to destroy the keep. Okay, goodbye. Squad 2, please, charge arrow, armor. Come on. God, these... they're so good. Oh god, that's standing right inside the attack range of the thing. I'm gonna try and bait these guys forward. Well, my stationary archers deal with them. And then group 3, attack this. Then all these guys need to run in and attack. Now, burn this thing fast. Right, because a big part of this is, right, while... I think it's safe to say that the Mongols are some of the most impressive cavalry attackers of all time. Right, or cavalry warriors of all time. There's far more to their culture than that. But if you really wanted to keep a non-combat focused thing, right, the big thing to keep in mind is that there's a huge diversity of populations in the Mongols. A lot of people get conscripted, a lot of different cultures get grouped in, get Mongol rulers but still exist as substrates of the empire. And especially after Genghis Khan's death, the idea that there is like a single Mongol entity just completely falls apart. And so you get a place like Samarkand, which was razed and then rebuilt by the Mongols, becomes basically completely independent, and then eventually the Timurid state based there is different from the Yuan dynasty, is different from the Golden Horde and the principalities of the Rus and the principalities of Moscow. And all those things, right? All those things are different. And within all of those, you're having huge numbers of people moving. So like a trading pastoral nomadic sim would be really interesting, where we're really focusing on sort of navigation through the landscape as a gameplay mechanic, and then trade across a hugely diverse body of people as an interesting one. Anyway, the Kurultai. 1206 had a gathering of tribes known as a Kurultai. The young Mongol chieftain Temujin would be confirmed as Genghis Khan, ruler of the newly united Mongol nation. I hate that sentence. I absolutely loathe it. So, can we get a cringe for the Westphalia nation state in the chat? Ooh, a court sim would be great. Ooh, a court sim would be so good at... God, imagine trying to, like... imagine being the Timurid emir. In like a, I guess like yes your grace style of game. But you're the Timurid emir dealing with pressures from the Yuan dynasty, the states of northern India, which at that point, I guess the Delhi Sultanate is at the very end of it is starting to form. All that jazz. There's so many options. And you're having to and also, you know, Persia. Having to also deal with Persia and the following the collapse of the Mongol states in the Middle East, the reemergence of I guess that would be the start of the Ottomans at that point. It's a little bit early, but you're still dealing with, I guess, some of the remains of the Safavids and some of the Turkic peoples, and who else is there? There's a lot of groups running around in the sort of modern Iran, Iraq, that borderland, what's historically Persia and Bactria. Would be so, so, so cool. Anyway, so the reason I hate this, if you don't know, if you're watching this live or on the VOD and don't know, there is never a united Mongol nation. That is literally a fake statement. What it is, however, an alliance of Mongol tribes in a grand alliance under Genghis Khan. And obviously it is significant, and Genghis Khan then proceeds to make a lot of changes that result in a more powerful state administration that then his grandson Kublai Khan and Mongol Khan really do a good job of exploiting and adapting into their various localities in order to establish longer lasting rules. But it still doesn't create a nation. They had no conception of themselves as a nation. They conceived of themselves as a group of peoples who were just working together. And as the Mongol, as the geographic area under Mongol rule expanded, so too did the number of peoples who had to submit to the rule of the Mongol peoples, and then become part of the quote-unquote nation of the Mongol Empire. But the idea of there being a single nation is a very modern one, right? That a people in a place make a nation. That's modern. That's like the last 200 years modern. Okay, maybe like 250 to 300 years, but still, modern. And back projecting that onto the Middle Ages, especially something as diverse and diffuse as the Mongol rule, results in just a really weird thing. Right? It just makes it weird, and it gives you a very top-down view of how this empire worked, when the far more interesting thing is to look from the bottom up, when you're acknowledging that there are so many different peoples and languages and cultures and ideas in here, looking at how a state is able to build up and administer all of those is fascinating. Exactly, Grand Chicken Lord. Even if there's something similar to a state apparatus, the people themselves would not see it like that. They'd see themselves as individual tribes, and the resulting cultural effects end up being elided by the phrasing of the statement. Cool? Cool. Yeah, exactly. It's a thing they do all the time to the Mongols because the Mongols don't fit easily. We're going to talk about that more after a break. We're going to take a couple minutes. I'm going to make some hot cocoa and spike it because it's my Friday. And then we'll be back to do a couple more maps. Cool? So, don't go anywhere. If you're a subscriber, you'll get tunes. If not, you'll get ads. Speaking of which, you should look at following and subscribing, because that will help us keep doing more cool stuff. Anyway, BRB. subscriber ASMR. How you guys doing? Y'all got anything exciting planned for the holidays while stuff is heating up? So I gotta like wait for the water to heat in order to make hot cocoa. So we're gonna have a chat time. Sadly, right, I don't have a whole lot going on over Christmas, which is good for you lot, bad for me. But it does mean we get to see more things. Ooh, you gotta go flying. Oh yeah, you're coming back over here. That explains why you're awake. Good lord, I was wondering that. I was wondering if you were already back on this side of the Atlantic, cause good lord, it's early. But once you're all settled and over the jet lag, we should do a thing. Cause you know I got more games to show you. I do be muted. I can't fix the lag, but I can fix the mute. You guys just watch me stretch. Anyway, Raptoris, you totally know what game I was talking about there. It's what, Gods Will Fall or something? One of those. Anyway, I just heard the heater go off because my water heater is really bad, and so it just doesn't do a whole lot. So it took a couple tries, but it has now made the water hot, which means I have hot cocoa. I have hot cocoa in an absolutely enormous mug. Also, yeah, no, I'm not doing a whole lot exciting for Christmas. I'm just making a big dinner and like gingerbread and pumpkin pie and homemade eggnog that I will spike with a lot of vanilla brandy because I picked some of that up today because it looked tasty. Exactly. Look, mugs and sweaters. You gotta go full Full, like, cozy chic. Also, chat, have you all seen my Christmas tree? I feel like you haven't. It is extremely adorable. We present the whole ass tree. It drops fake snow freaking everywhere. Like, you can't... If you look at the thing funny, it's going to shed fake snow at you. It's hilarious. Ooh. Ooh, that worked well. Turns out, chat, Irish cream, hot cocoa, with vanilla brandy in it. Looks good. Yes, thank you. Look, it took all the way to KJ for someone to actually have a Charlie Brown reference. Frankly, I'm disappointed. Anyway. Look, I'm gonna be doing the same brandy in eggnog, because that'll be really tasty. See, KJ? I also, well, sort of work from home. You know, I have a job out of home, but I also stream here. So, you know, I don't have a lot of space either, which is why I got the desk tree. Why have a tree when you can have the small tree on a desk? And then, you know, we just ignore the rest of my room over here. That's completely not fit for other people's eyes, because it is a mess. Oops. Anywho. What do you say we roll back into the game now that we've got a drink? And see what's next, because... Oh boy, they have not exactly been exceptionally impressing me so far with this campaign. They're doing fine, right? They're doing solidly fine, but they are making the expected documentary issues, which is really just fascinating. It's super fascinating to me that despite being in RTS, right, they're making a bunch of the usual RTS issues, but they're actually doing the history as adapted into an RTS pretty well. But then, they make the same flaws that every History Channel documentary that isn't, you know, conspiracy theory garbage still makes. That's weird, right? In 2021, that's like a weird thing for a history game to do, right? It feels like what I would expect from documentaries made in like 2013. But I can't get more than a vague sense that that's something interesting and strange, and I don't really know what to do with it.
Genghis Khan.
I don't know, we need to think about that more, chat.
Great Wall of China. He led his forces to the greatest prize in the East. The capital city.
But right, pretty much every complaint with the narrative of it so far in these campaigns is something that we've seen in other documentaries for ages. Right? Military fetishization, shoehorning in basically irrelevant things, being really cherry-picking with what evidence and events they're talking about, the erasure of powerful women from the documentary narrative, the assumption of kind of modern European statehood onto past peoples, the understating of diversity. Those are all things documentaries have struggled with for a long, long time. Ooh, I wonder how they're going to do this. Wait, what do you mean healing? Are you saying that it had good doctors? Cause no shit, that kind of comes with the idea of trade and technology. What is this? There's... You could have said architecture? I would have been right. You could have said the arts? You would have been right. You could have said craftsmanship? You would have been right. You went for healing. Which is also right. They were really good medical really good medical schools in Zhongdu. But yeah, exactly, Morris. It sounds like it's like the magical healing bus of Zhongdu in a 50-meter radius. Like, it's just got like a wonder in the center that provides a healing aura.
Bearing down on the gleaming capital of Zhongdu, Genghis Khan raised the Black Banner of War on his historic enemy, the Qin dynasty.
They also
To
really
take the
hit that
heavily
J
garrisoned
hard.
capital,
Interesting.
the Mongols would have
Oh well.
to starve its army by eliminating Chengdu's suppliers.
Zhongdu. Okay, so that's how they're gonna do it. Right, I was like, the immediate question I had
At
here
first, the Khan
is...
directed his warriors to raid Qin buildings and villages surrounding Chengdu.
In the circumstances,
Word of the army's wealth would spread, compelling Mongol soldiers from the north to join the fight, seeking spoils of their own.
right, I had this question actually of, hey look, given these, oh, hello, please. Given that this is a game where having negative food is actually impossible, I was curious how they were going to try and do that. The answer is that they're really barely going to try and do that. They're going to suggest gold more, or suggest starvation more than actually delve into it. Because ultimately there are no villagers to starve, or no way to starve the villagers mechanically. So this definitely feels more like a pretending how to do things than actually necessarily doing them effectively. Okay, well these guys can do their thing. They're going to move further ahead. This should be 4 out of 5. And then we'll look at getting a 5th one up this way. Suspect there's some up here. This looks like it's a place with stuff. This is a place with stuff. Perfect. Just burn this one to the ground, please. Come on. There we go. There we go. Grand Chicken Lord, what you're describing, is effectively, right, the idea of the strategy game where instead you actually have to, like, lay out supply lines and care about that sort of stuff, is not an RTS sort of thing. It is very much, familiar as a grand strategy thing.
Hearing of the Khan's successful raids, Mongol settlers and soldiers arrived to join his army.
So there's some resources there. I don't love them as
With
a...
his numbers steadily growing, the Khan turned his attention to the capital. He sought to starve Chengdu's army by cutting off its suppliers.
Could build a base up there, could build a base up there. Okay. Okay. What? Do you guys just leave? Alright, bye. This is an okay spot. I don't love it though. There's something... Oh, we just not. Sorry. Do this. I want to see what's up here. There's an Ovu up here. Okay. Well, that is helpful. I don't know that that's more helpful. I think it is. Right? I think that's the better spot. So we go up here. Squad 1 go up here. Off we go. Anyway, looking at this makes me wish we could get a unique and interesting Mongolian historical game. There's so much you could use and it's usually the same beats. Usually don't even do those in an interesting way. You do a lot of like Mongol army as a base idea. But as a messenger, show out how effective and useful the rapid communication actually was. Who's your Ger? That's awesome. Just drop that there. Unpack this one up here. And then I got some villages, don't I? Drop an Ovu up there. Squad 1, yes, is gonna go up, ruin themselves up here. Oh. That's fine. Now, break these 3, please. Quickly. Quickly, R? Okay. Kill. What do I want to build? I want to build another Gur down here to be able to start mining and making wood. Don't have enough stone there yet, so that's alright. Gonna work on that. You are going to drop a barracks up here. You are going to, yes, do none of the above. What are we looking at here? Yeah, Political intrigue game with Genghis navigating tribes. I agree on all of those fronts, Raptorus. I think those are 2 much more interesting games. Well, let's, I guess, no, there's no point to me building a trader because there's nowhere to trade with. So we're just gonna have to like deal with deer stones, even though I still don't know what they actually do. I still don't know what these actually do, but we're going to pretend we know what they do, and that'll be the same thing, right? Right. Yeah,
The Qin
okay.
trader made it safely into the city and reported on the Mongols' numbers and movements. Chengdu would now allocate any military supplies it received to rallying counterattacks
Okay,
on
that's
the steppe
fine.
invaders.
I do need to build a barrack, or I have a barracks up here, don't I? 2 of those. I just need to then build a stable right here, and then we'll work on an archery range when those finish. Oh gosh, I only have 4 of these guys left? Well, that's bad. We're gonna have to work on the manga deck. By the way, I absolutely agree with you. Raptorus, just so we're clear, I got a bit distracted by the game, but I super agree with you that that is much more interesting and has a lot of potential as a strategy. Okay, so there's a trader. Bill. Okay. Well, that's neat. I actually want you to work on gold. Build 2 of them. Actually, these guys are fast to build. I shouldn't have done that. That's alright. Let's send our main cavalry up here to try and intercept one of these guys. Right, we should be able to break one of these guys extremely fast. Sorry, you a scout versus my 2 scouts? Wait, sorry. That 1 scout versus my 2? Why are you attacking? What do you hope to accomplish? Okay. Well. Here, bait them in. Yep, unfortunately, we're close to getting ourselves into a lot of trouble, wherein, these guys still just wailing away at each other? Hilarious. Come on. And I should be really close to feudal age. Perfect. Which means... Mongol, Mongol, Mongol. Oh, perfect. And we get more resources. Okay, yeah. Thank you. This is the Shuni market. And then we go. But yeah, right. I think part
The
of
Mongols left
why
the Shunyi market in ruins,
part of what you
the
said
village
is
could no
so
longer
interesting.
send supplies to Chengdu.
Well,
In destroying the supplying markets, the Mongols denied Chengdu critical supplies, leaving its garrison weakened.
another scout. Scouts be scout. Yes, thank you. I don't care tutorial. Please go away. This scout v scout action is peak something. Anyway, let's build more stuff because apparently these guys are all doing nothing, which is bad. Get wood. Build me a blacksmith. Blacksmith. Build me a market. And build me a archery range.
Despite the Mongols' efforts to stop them, enough Qin traders had entered Chengdu
Yeah,
to fully
obviously.
resupply its military. Choosing their moment, the Qin launched a counterattack.
That surprises nobody. What are we looking at here? Want to build a couple of them. Get the squad ready. We're getting an attack coming in from somewhere up here. At least we gotta know exactly where they are. That's exciting. Yes, thank you. Thank you, I know what it does. Thank you, game. You do not need to tell me. Because I know. Oh well. Yes. You are extremely right. Fitting the Mongols into an age progression system is bizarre. And you are right to identify it as bizarre. Well, no, you need to decon. And then we do that, and then that's that. Well, that wasn't too bad. I lost
The
2 people.
Mongols put down the Qin counterattack.
Lost 2 people, it
But
looked
another
like.
would soon come if Qin traders continued to resupply Chengdu's military.
I need one of you to work on that. One of you to work on that. And one of you to go help mine gold. Oh, hey, look. I totally didn't even notice this. There was another. Wait, what? There we go. Unbuild that. Thank you. Are these another... Okay, there's military supplies coming in. Can't stop them quite yet. That's alright. We will manage soon. Control 1. Squad 1, go this way. God, when you can get this good... Right, when you can actually, like, nail how to do this effectively, this looks scary as hell. Like, honestly, legit terrifying. So, Squad 1, go up here. Squad 2, go up here. Perfect. Ship 1, Control 1. I don't know, what do you guys want to do? I guess you'll all work on that? And then we'll make a... something gathering. Gathering grade for food, gathering grade for wood, gathering grade for gold. None of those are actually helpful, so we'll go for the movement space. Ugh, there's a bunch more supplies that made it. Well, squads 1 and 2 should actually be enough to take this on. This close one on, at least. Yeah, the Mongols have entered the feudal age is a weird sentence, isn't it? The age system is definitely the weakest part of this whole thing. Which is honestly a huge shame, because, right, you'd think it would be obvious. We're gonna throw away these 2 scouts in order to do stuff. Because these guys are fast, and that'll slow down the trade. Right, this should slow down the trade supplies. Just that little bit. Oh, no. We're just not going to do it. We're just not going to stop them on time, are we? We can just get, like, a guy. Right, just attack this. Take, like, a guy, go attack this guy. And then we'll steamroll it all right outside the very gates. Literally outside the gates, and we're still made it. Die. Die, 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 die. Goodbye. Ooh, cash.
Army struck down the trader that
Thank
was
you.
headed to resupply Chengdu.
Now, let's make sure you can't do that again.
Chengdu lost several days' worth of supplies. The Mongols were systematically choking the city.
Yeah,
and
Hakoko, there we
starving
go.
its garrison.
Oh hey, we just got another stack of people. Okay. So we have so many people, I just don't know what to do with them all right now. Like, what is the point of having this many people? I just... Burn the market first, burn the other things second. Perfect, and now that is super on fire. Ta-da!
In raising the market at Fangshen, the Mongols had severed a critical supply line
Okay,
to the capital.
so we have a lot of resources right now. Holy good lord. Okay.
As the Mongols continued to sabotage the city's supplies,
Well, rest in peace, Ovo.
Chengdu's garrison grew weaker.
The
by
Ovu
day.
got murked by the power of stuff. I have so many villagers. Literally, what am I supposed to do with this many villagers? Like, I guess here, I have one of those. In the meantime, we'll unpack this up, like, I don't know, Frickin' up here? Here? Have one of those? Unpack you? Up here? Pack you up and have you unpack? Up here? I got nothing. Grab some of these guys. I mean, they're getting the idea of how big this is, but have an Ovu up there. And then once again, I've just like forgotten to build things, which puts these guys at some risk. Herbal tea. Ooh. An herbal tea with honey sounds lovely. I take it. Ooh, actually. So even after this is depleted, I can still build stacks of manga dye at speed for cheap. Also, I guess we'll build like 3 of these guys. I don't know. I'll just have them gathered there for the moment. Oh. Goodbye.
Despite the Mongols' efforts to stop them, enough Qin traders had entered Chengdu to fully resupply its military. Choosing their moment, the Qin launched a counterattack.
Literally, what are these guys supposed to do? I guess you'll build a gur in like the back corner here, and you'll all gather wood. Like, y'all have fun with that. I don't know. Also, despite the Mongols' best efforts, lol. Totally my best efforts. Oh, they're coming this way. Okay. Now, with this all done, these guys should all be okay. That's a fairly strong fight. I need to break the other two. I need to break the other two before it gets into a problem. It shouldn't be too difficult. Right. Yeah. Shouldn't be too difficult, but since we've got these guys, we're actually going to send literally all of them down here. All of them. Are those all archers? Yes. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. All these guys are going to come down here. They're going to group up there while I send all of these guys going to go over here. That's a lot of supplies. Are they sending out twice as many supplies now? That'd be interesting. Yeah, so the narration definitely is going for incidental dialogue right now. It is very much what is happening in game that isn't unrelated to historical reality, but it's not totally related either. Wow, what's up with these guys all running extremely slowly? That's alright. They're just gonna group up over here, I guess. The whole squad should be getting pretty close. All these guys are gonna try to intercept here. Actually, this should do real good. Right. Give these guys time to back up, though. I need my manga dye to actually, you know, attack these ones. Perfect, 400 stone. Look at that. And there's this one. Perfect. So, all of these. All of these. all of these. The Khan. Perfect. 1. 2. Everybody else. 3. There we go. Well. Back move all the way in. Murder it to the ground. Ooh, there's another one. Come on. Try and do something, please. Please. Just like ride back and forth. Probably not keeping these guys at their best distance. That's alright.
Without hesitation, the Khan's warriors put their torches to the market at Dar Singh, snuffing out weeks of Chengdu's supplies.
No? Okay, there we go. And then we'll attack move in here, and then attack, just like have these guys all move up here. Perfect. I think we are extremely overkill. Like, I'm actually not worried here. We should be fine. We should be fine. Because there's not a lot left of this. And then, once this lot are done, well, we'll need to attack. I should get this whole squad lined up here. Get a couple of things built, I guess. Don't have a good barracks up here, but should be fine.
Was set aflame, and with it many vital
We should be fine. We
supplies
don't have
intended for the city.
anyone who's actually building things. We do have a couple of folks up here who can. So, we have now burned 4 markets, which is a
The walls
very
of the
known
great
chat.
Qin capital were devoid of soldiers, and only a diminished garrison remained.
Darn.
Desperate and isolated, Zhongdu could no longer resist. The time had come for Genghis Khan to launch his assault on the city.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, we got a couple things we need to blow up. So let's look at blowing those up. The spear should be able to build battering rams. Build me a siege tower. You can't actually build me a siege tower. You build me a siege tower. Oh, crap. Yeah, these guys are all dead. That's not good. That's alright, I'm not too worried about it either. Like, I have so many resources. I don't know why I need this many resources. I don't know what I'm doing with this many resources. I'm just gonna run in with a bunch of cavalry and squish everyone. Oh, are they gonna win this? God, my man-at-arms are doing so cool. Look at them go. Cool. Archers, load up. Alright. Oh, it's not built yet. I thought it finished building. Nailed it. So, how are these guys doing? Hey, look at them go. Luckily, they don't need to be experts in order to just kind of run up, build a couple things, move on. Probably should have built some stuff, you know. Since I've got a whole thing of like barracks over here. You know, probably should have built some spearmen. That's okay. Now. Sorry, don't get too excited. Right, because these all will start shooting. These all will start shooting. I think that's the right pronunciation of Genghis. I'm pretty sure the standard pronunciation in American English with the hard G is not right. But I'm not 100% certain on that. If there are any mods in the chat, can we deal with that? And if not, we will deal with it the old-fashioned way. Goodbye. Good farewell, bot. You will not be missed. Anyway, goodbye. Okay, but if you attack when I get inside, and not when I attack the outside, clearly putting 2 and 2 together... I ought to attack. The exterior to bait you all out of the walls, and then we stomp them. And then these guys attack the wall. And collectively, we do silly stuff, and then everyone dies. Wow, we're just gonna like break all the walls. Okay, load up, folks. We're gonna break the other gate. The elite force. That is definitely not just the remnants of the guys who were too lazy to walk all the way around. Definitely wouldn't do that. What?
Genghis Khan unleashed the wrath of his Mongol warriors on the heart of the beleaguered city.
Okay, burn everything there. Burn everything up there.
The Great Chin Monument was put to flame. Mongol victory was within reach.
There's that done. These two are going to attack the keep, because the keep is still kind of scary. Just saying. Keep is absolutely still kind of scary. Oh hey, is it a monk? Actually, I should have these guys run around do that sort of thing. Look at them, they almost breached the walls. All 5 of them nearly breached the walls. Hey, don't you wololo. Don't you wololo me. Oh, rest in peace, Ovu. Imagine depleting a religious site.
The city was ready to fall in the wake of the destruction wrought by the Mongols.
Uh-huh. Yup. It's burning, that's burning. These guys are still doing their stuff, so... Goodbye. Rest in peace, monk. And all these guys gonna do their thing, and the spirit away. Ah, yes. Classic. Attack the house, not the objective. You love to see it. Some things have never changed. And voila. We have now obliterated the city of Zhongdu. Not subtly either. That was pretty bad. Not fast either.
Zhongdu fell to the wrath of Genghis Khan's warriors, yielding great riches for the Mongol Empire. The sacking of Zhongdu would be remembered as one of Genghis Khan's most devastating victories.
We did
But
it.
this was just the beginning of his quest to create a global empire under Mongol rule.
Mm-hmm. And this is the point where we acknowledge that we have no writings by Genghis Khan in order to actually have super confidence as to what his ambitions were versus what the secret history says his ambitions were. Right. It's an important distinction, albeit a fairly small one, but we do need to keep aware of it. Uh-huh. This feels weird. To a Mongol warrior, the horse was a supreme animal. Its power, spirit, and endurance were vital to his survival and in leading him to victory. As worshippers of the eternal blue sky, Mongol warriors believed they could harness the power of nature by raising a personal banner of horsehair to capture the force of the wind. Black hairs were used in times of war and white for peace. Over a warrior's lifetime, his banner would be infused with his spirit and become the guardian of his soul in death. The warrior would be remembered by his descendants and kept close to his family through the reverence of his spirit banner. Most of this seems okay, except for this, second paragraph. That feels extremely simplistic, also has a typo, also... I don't love the description of that as worship. I don't know a whole lot about Mongolian shamanisms. But my understanding is that it's an acknowledgement of spirits of... I mean, right, given that this is literally where shamanism comes from, there is clearly idea of spirits in the world embodying natural artifacts or natural objects that need to be treated with and can be controlled and allied with. So, right, doing this as a way to ritually harness wind through the use of a horsehair banner doesn't sound too bad, though I will not say anything with confidence on the grounds that I do not know for sure, but it's implying worship, which isn't really how I understand Mongolian shamanism to work. Oh no. We're gonna send this to Mors later. See if there's more information there. When in doubt, if a video game is talking about religions that aren't Christianity, they're getting something wrong. Every time. There's so few that deal with competently, much less right. By the way, one thing that I think I understand with Zhongnu is the use of conscripted, i.e. captured and then forced to work, Chinese engineers to help construct siege implements.
His descendants continued the conquests, and his grandson, Batu Khan, had his eyes on the west.
Right, they really didn't talk about that at all, and yet that is obviously important, as part of the raiding around the Jin Empire resulted in the both hiring and forcible capture of Chinese engineers who were able to supply the Mongols with siege engines that would become crucial to their final conquest of the Jin and onwards. So once again, diversity. Nothing in the Mongol Empire works without there being a ridiculous amount of diversity in the Mongol Empire. Isn't it just Kiev?
Kiev was a jewel among the Rus principalities. a center of scholarship, power, and wealth.
Right, why are we still using the ancient English,
Batu
or,
Khan's cousin Mongol
yeah, I guess
was put in command of
Latinization,
the advance force, ready to attack.
because nowadays
Chroniclers
we
tell of
should
Monka's
spell it
admiration for the
K-Y-I-V.
beauty of Kiev. So he was reluctant to destroy it.
Uh-huh. Then this
Monka
is something
sent
we
his
do have
envoys
more
to the
histories
city
for, right? Now that
demand
we're
its
past
surrender.
Genghis Khan or Genghis
But
Khan's
Kiev's
life,
commander in charge
uh,
refused.
we start getting a lot
killed the
more
Mongol
sources, both within and outside the
Monka
Mongol
would
Empire.
not stand for such disrespect.
And now we can get back to
His
Europe's
army rode
finest.
to the city
It's
walls and prepared
not
to
good,
attack.
because, yeah. I mean,
They would show Kiev no mercy.
the Rus were powerful, they were militarily skilled, they had a lot of diverse traditions in them that, when they all allied, could result in pretty massive armies being, leveled. But to say that they were the best trained, best funded, richest military in Europe? Well, howdy, Blue. We have been dealing with Mongol religion and being very suspicious of Mongol religion. Also, I'm having hot cocoa spiked with brandy, so I'm doing great. Generally good advice,
Mongol Khan's drive into the west
don't kill envoys.
brought the Mongol army to the splendid city of Kiev, the gateway to Europe.
Uh-huh.
The Kievan commander had refused to surrender, leaving Monkey only one choice: to take the city by force.
Madam Narrator, what the fuck do you mean only one choice? What level of fucking apologism are you going for? That you just made it Kiev's fault. That an invading army sacked it. What absolute narrative contortionism do you think they went through to justify the fact that you can't make the player faction truly despicable and also go, you know, we could not do this, or we could burn the whole thing to the goddamn ground. Oy vey. So, obviously, the killing of envoys is a grave, grave insult to the Mongols. That's not a thing you do. And so they react with incredible force in such situations. But it does them a disservice to say that the ambitions of the family of Genghis Khan were immutable and that had no choice. Because they were aware that they did not have to sack everything, that they did not have to burn everything to the ground, but various cultural and personal reasons led them to make that choice. Give them the credit for the choice, not, oh no, we did exactly one thing to be peaceful, now we have no options but to take the most violent road possible. Like, come on. come on. Now we're just gonna chip these down. I'm gonna just chip this down, all the way down real quick. Perfect. Gonna line that up. 2. Gonna line them up on the hill. We're gonna run up and hit them. And then... Where's the battering ram? The battering ram is gonna run up here. Look at these tiny trebuchets. Look at these tiny trebuchets. They're so tiny. I do like them.
The Mongol army broke through the gates of Kiev and marched on the city. Mongol Khan called on his people to
Perfect.
bring their
We've got the
mobile
camp.
while his forces secured a location for it.
Okay. Now, they do really love this camp. Can't say I blame them for it,
The
honestly.
immediate area beyond Kiev's main gate was lightly populated but rich in resources. Beyond lay 3 fortified districts: the outer city, the inner city, and a wealthy trade district. The Khan was determined to punish the defiance of Kiev, and would not relent until the entire city fell to ash.
Or... Oh good, we need to burn the whole thing to the ground for reasons. You love to see it. Okay, so we got gold here. We got stone over there. We got food out here. Perfect, this seems like a lovely place for our thing. Where's our town center? I'll just drop that out here. Then we got a whole bunch of these folks. They are all gonna drop in Uvo. Or an Ovu, sorry. Backwards phonetics. Drop an Ovu on top of that thing because that's definitely how that works. And away we go. Then we'll just unpack
The
that
Mongols
there.
unpacked their camp,
And then
ready
we'll
to continue their assault on Kiev.
unpack this here. And then we will unpack deer stones up here. I don't know what they do, but they do
The
something.
Mongols took out a Kievan supply convoy and claimed the resources for themselves.
Hello. Goodbye. Don't know why they thought about why they did that. Ow. Please, please build the thing. Please build the thing. God dang it. This is actually quite bad. Three. Got here. Thank you. Thank you. What? Grab the thing! Oh my god. What do you think this thing is for? It's for grabbing. Is for grab. And I can't change the angle of things, so I just have to kind of do that. And then we'll do that. This is built. No, this is not built. It got stuck. These guys are up here. So, 3. These guys are going to attack up here. The ram is going to break this. One of these guys is going to grab this. And then die. And then die. Alright. These guys are gonna go over here. Hey look, it's a bigger it's a bigger oval. These guys are doing all literally 0 things. I should fix that. Build me a pasture. You also build me a pasture. You lot, build these. You are going to build me I already have a stable. Gonna build me an archery range. You are going to build me a blacksmith in the field of range of this. You are going to work on gold. You are going to work on gold. And is that everyone? That's everyone. Perfect. And then we actually have enough that we can build a Kurultai. We're actually going to drop a Kurultai here because the Kurultai is definitely not an event, it's a building. Of course, everyone's going to freaking die here because they are all overextending themselves. They are all overextending themselves. That's alright. I'm gonna be creative here. We've got a lot of people. We're working, well, one guy on this. Fab. Build the Kurultai. The improved one here. Oh my god. Sorry, yes. Yes. And yes. That's worth. Let's build a couple Mangadai. Let's build a bunch of spears, because I badly need those. Drop that there, and then we'll just build a bunch of like regular archers. No reason to be fancy. That would be big brain. Oh god, if there was one where we actually went meta, right, if there was a thing where we actually went like super meta, and we're actually... Party hard, chat. Party hard. Okay, so what are the things we are missing? All those are great, all those are great. Cool. Kill more sheep. There. We have done the thing. We have exactly... We have 3 people working on that already, so that's actually okay. Where's our girl? That just doubles the rate we should chop down trees. That's not helpful. Golden Eagle friend is best friend. You are all correct. Oh yeah, you know what's not in this game? Despite being intimately linked with the various nomadism, or some side of the nomadisms of Inner Mongolia? And Outer Mongolia. Honestly, just Mongolia in general. You know what's notably not here? Oh, that was a bad plan. No falconry. Imagine... Okay, we're gonna pack this up. We're gonna actually unpack it right here. The Kurultai, like the deer stones, actually should, ideally, be... pretty, constantly moving with the squad. So then we can just gather everyone around it. Everyone around it. And then they all heal. And then they're all happy. So? Oh, god dang it. Dang it, there's so many of them. We're just gonna kite a little bit. Kite a little bit harder than that. Oh gosh, I need to burn this. Wait, I have to destroy every structure? What the heck? Why? Alright, that's fine. I need to be building a lot more things. Upgrade them, and then upgrade them, and then we'll build a couple of them, couple of them. Boom. Build me another stable. I actually want one of those. Okay. Well, let's take this squad and let's just like burn everything to the ground real quick. Wait, did I lose one of my trebuchets? When did I lose one of my trebuchets? That's alright, I can build a trebuchet in... I can build at least... Okay, I can build a mangonel. Out in the field. Do I still have my battering ram? No, there's my other one. Okay, I was like, how did that happen? Turns out I'm just blind. This should surprise nobody. Just... Where'd my... There's my battering ram. Three. Oh crap, that's bad, that's quite bad. Well. There we go. And Shadow Reaper, thank you for the follow just now. Appreciate that. And back up a bit. And then back up a bit more. And then run back in, and then back up, and then run back in. And then back up. Oh. Well, hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. God, these horse archers are so busted. Like, that is not okay. Also, none of these actually count, I'm seeing, which is interesting. Where are all of my spears? I know I have more spears. You lot. So none of these are actually part of the city I'm trying to destroy right now, but that's okay, because they're all heading that direction. Also, I need to put more people up here. I need to just drop like a wall. I can't build walls. I cannot, in fact, build walls. Sorry, 2. 3. Don't, like, leave, move, do anything. Attack the right freaking thing, please. And then, right, the whole camp really ought to move with them, but I'm way too lazy to do this. I am way too lazy, given the circumstances, to actually look at moving the whole ass camp in order to stay with the army, in order to go find my way over into the where it even is. To go over here. Heck, it's not even where I thought it was. To go all the way over here. To actually deal with them in a remotely competent way. We should move fast though, because speed does seem to be our big benefit, and we're not doing this. Oh god. Oh god, Blue, why did you give me this image? I didn't need this image. By the way, look at this AI. Look at it go. I mean, obviously just running away forever doesn't work, but when I don't actually have to stand still in order to shoot, the AI just does not do well. Meanwhile, let's upgrade that. Should have upgraded that at the other place, but that's alright. Let's get 2 sets of them, and then we'll get ourselves a bunch of sets of these guys. Voila. They ran up too far. Back up to the Kurultai. Meanwhile, defend the Kurultai. Hello? Honestly. We should back this up. Ovo's dead. Rip Ovo. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Ovu. Let's be smart enough to at least say it correctly. Which means it's time for this whole thing to pack the heck up, move itself over. Alright, we're just gonna stick it in the corner up here. What? Where did everyone go? Please leave. You're a scout. The scout should do okay. Even just one of these guys should do okay, actually. What? Please keep backing up. Oh my god. If they lose this, I swear, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay, where is my Kurultai? Kurultai is gonna drop itself right there. Meantime, everyone here, gonna haul itself over here. Voila, that'll build itself up, it'll heal everyone over here. And that'll be great. Then, where did I put my town center? It's way down there. Perfect, so we're just gonna like slowly, one at a time. When they're done building things, we're gonna pack up and rebuild themselves over here. And pack up. And then rebuild itself over here. And then I will freaking swear at all these guys for daring to shoot at my Ovu. And then we will do something. Cool. I just want to build like a bunch of man-at-arms right now. I'm gonna build a bunch of these guys. Rest in peace. Okay, that guy has a lot of oomph behind him. Cool. Cool. Goodbye, my trebuchet. Hello, traction trebuchet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, if my guys would freaking command what they're supposed to, that would make that easier. Well, I still misplayed this quite badly. And they trying to move everything. Oh yeah, I can build monks now. And by monks I mean shamans. Which are definitely just monks under another name. They're mechanically, like, basically identical. And I lost most of my units over there. Which is annoying as heck. I have these guys all come over here. These guys don't need to be up here, they need to be over here to deal with these. Those are things that I need to deal with. The things this game makes me say. Cool. Do that, I guess. Meanwhile, I need a spearman. Just like a random ass spearman. Battering ram. Build it. Because apparently my trebuchet has just decided to not do anything. And then these guys need to all back up. We need them to back up to be out of the range of this, and then they'll all die. Cool. Squad 1, please attack up there. Squad 2, tactically stay put. Have some armor. Cool. Mission success, question mark? Certainly they're running out one at a time beautifully. Doing a magnificent job of running out one at a time. And then overrun them all with a bunch of people, I guess. Hooray. I need a spear. Spearman, build that. Spearman, build that. Spearman, build another man now. Now. These guys. Plus these guys. I mean, even one trebuchet is scary, but all these guys need to do all these things. Oh boy. Nay! Like, run forward? Anyone? Nope. Back. Back, 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 back. 3. Cool. These two guys, I guess, back up to this. All these guys need to actually, like, move in to try and take care of this thing. Because these spriggles are the scariest part of this whole shebang. Spriggles are actually extremely terrifying. Nay! Move! Not... Honestly. Good, you're working on that, you're working on that. Hooray. Break all of these. Break all of these. All of these. I really hope I get a new trebuchet soon, because these sure aren't cutting it. I believe in you, sir. I believe in you, dude. And squad 3. Nope. Let's microset these to be squad 3. Jeez. Need to primarily shoot this while they kite really hard. My god, we're gonna just kill all of these guys. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Tap the market. Will you go up here, attack this. It should be about to light on fire, which is usually the sign that we're getting close to done. And then we can actually like hide things in here if we need to. Right, this is an incredibly safe area with extant walls. Hello? Siege engines? Where are all my siege engines? Is there something missing? Like... Hello? It's so quiet. Alright, well, we did it. Get everyone out of here.
The unstoppable Mongol army leveled the trade district of Kiev, putting an end to any supplies they could send to the main city.
Pack up. Pack up. Head over this way. We can push up, I guess... Where is the best route? I guess let's push up this way. Like, just drop this over here. And then... Where's the curl tie? Right there. Just like drop that up here. While all these guys group up. I need to build a bunch more things. I got a bunch of man-at-arms, which is awesome. I've got so many whoa. Okay. They're gonna build a second Ovu. Spooky, I know. Let's see. Do I have the prayer thing set up? Where is it? Like, actually, where did I put that? Produce 2 shamans. And then heal faster. Sounds good to me. I've got so many things to build people with. I need to build as many of them as I can. I just need to be spamming cheap units right now. I didn't realize I had this many. I don't need to be building the 2 at a time. I can just be building a crap ton of singles. And then build more Man-at-arms needs to build more them. Man-at-arms need to build more of them. So that gets me up to 4 of those. Well, Raptorus, this is the one culture where this is fine. Like, it literally is a word from Manchu used to describe the... Oh! I can only have 1 Ovu at a place. Well, that's interesting. Sorry, I need 1 of you to work on this. 1 of you to work on this. And not get stuck on your friendly neighborhood archer. And then we all heal up, and then we're gonna steamroll the next area. That's interesting. I didn't realize like it was only gonna be able to have 1 of what? Where are these guys? I do want to know where are all of the people I sent over here. Also you. Also these guys. What are they doing over here? Oh my god. Please. I love these guys are just like gonna stand, be like, yeah, I'm getting shot at. What am I supposed to do about it? Okay. Okay. That's fine. Let's build a bunch of these, and then a bunch of these, set them up over here. These all are doing healing. Now. These are all squad 2. We're gonna all be squad... These are all squad 3. Yeah, them plus you, plus them, squad 4. Okay. Fab. Let's get these 2 over as well into squad 3. Okay, this gives me plenty, and then all the siege engines are going to be... Wait, those aren't siege engines. That's my freaking curl tie. Honestly. These guys are going to stand over there, but they're not going to be considered important. Get out of the way. This plus you control 5. Those all make up control group 5. Okay, now let's go squish some things. 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. Four. Doing a defense arrow to buff up all these guys. Now die fast. Die faster? Come on. Come on. We got it. We're gonna be fine. Not the most exciting or competent play I've ever seen, but we're gonna be fine. One attack. Come on. There we go. There we go, there we go. 4. Get yourself over here. Oh, yeah, these just regular horse archers, okay. Hello? Honestly, just... I know, this will all teach Kiev to exist wonderfully. Look how dumb these guys all are. Like, you just gonna go back and forth? Back and forth and back and forth? Hello? You do realize those are not friends, right? I don't have a girl. I don't have a girl here. That was dumb of me. What? Who's attacking me where? There's like 2 guys over here, 2 guys over here. When all these folks are standing still when I need them to not be. Like, literally just move. Just literally all you have to do is not do the thing that you do all the time when I don't want you to do it, and keep attacking things. Whoa. Well then. Right. Ooh, that's bad. 4. Move, 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 move. Defense arrow. Sparkle. Wait, is there a keep here? Like, what's the... Oh, it's just a stupid tower. Hello. This area has so many things. This is just the outer city? Wait, so what's this? How is that the inner city? Oh well. I guess in and then over and then over. I guess I can see this making sense. I guess it's time for us to actually, it's time for us to try and bust down literally everything that's over here to figure out what's going on with it. Right, because I'm still getting attacked from over here, and I don't know why. So it's time for us to figure out what that's all about. Hello. Please destroy. You attack this whole area? Apparently that's what this is about. Nay, please move this way, attack these folks. Okay, now we can do this. Do we... I mean, yes, pray for Byzantines, but do we really... Did this group literally just stand there while archers picked them apart? Is that literally what happened here? Like, I'm gonna not destroy the whole thing because we literally had a squad of archers just like they just literally let the whole squad stand there while I picked them apart. Okay. Thank you, game. Very cool of you. Makes me feel happy. Okay. Give me veteran Mangadai. Give me veteran Lancers. What? Is that building not worth destroying? Something wrong with these buildings, folks? You're having fun, Blue, aren't you? It's just high effort shitpost in the chat. Can I actually get up to level 4? I feel like I can't. Where is my town center to find out? Actually, where is it? Yeah, I can't. Okay. Well then, given how that went, I think it's safe to say that we are going to group up under the shadow of the Kurultai, and then we'll go over here. Where is the Kurultai, actually? We'll locate the Kurultai, and then we'll group up under its shadow, and that'll make things good. Okay. There we go. Nailed it. Oh yeah, isn't it hilarious, KJ? Absolute doom? No problem. Literally getting shot at? 15 feet away? I'm afraid I can't do that. But then again, the enemy AI does the same thing with not very many things, so I don't know. Alright, they get just as stuck, so I won't complain too bad. Okay, we're gonna drop another Ofu there, I guess. Do I not have the ability to make traction catapults? I can't make more traction trebuchets. Boo. Give me an arsenal. I want to see what one of these looks like. And then give us another barracks. Just so I can build more things at once. Because we are close, right? We are close to done here. And I have plenty of forces again. Well. Kill my sheep. Go on. I dare you. Perfect. Honestly. gather up there. Gather up there. Perfect. All my spearmen go up here. All my crossbows go up here. My archers go stand next to the crossbows. All my crossbows go stand with them. Go stand with them. And then we got another set of folks over here to go up here. These guys can go stand next to these guys. These guys should go stand in the center of everything. Go stand up there. Go stand over there. Cavalry. Go set yourself up in, like, the doorway, I guess. Oh no. Okay. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. And then we need to immediately add a bunch of people to it because we're still in production. 1, shift U, control 1. Good enough. 3. Control 3. Nope. Yeah. That's right. You guys should all be group 3. Then these all should be group 2. So that's that. Perfect. Now group 3, walk it. Boo. That's fine. I tried. Therefore, we're just gonna like roll with it. Group 5, stand yourself over there. Sorry. Just want these and these to be control 3. Perfect. Now we've nailed it. Got it. Grouping is also a hell of a drug, apparently. None of these archers are there. Make a line. You are now line. Now 5. We've got just a handful of other buildings to destroy. First and foremost of which is that. 5. Back up. Okay, well, if this is how they're gonna play, this is how they're gonna play. Attack speed arrow. Let's go. Watch this. Throw them right across. Either they take the bait or they don't. And either way they die. With relatively few casualties. Still a couple, but not bad. Okay, I mostly just need to see the... Ow. Trebuchet. Destroy this. Because this guy alone should be able to destroy most everything. Attack this. What is this trebuchet doing? Hello? Hello? You gonna stand still? Y'all gonna stand still while I do this? Yeah? Amazing. Y'all? There's something like, you know, reset, prep more things, go in again. But, meh. That's a lot of folks up on the walls. That's a lot of folks on those walls. 1 back up, 5 back up, 3 back up. 2 is going to be the one that's actually going to deal with most of the hard part here. Two is getting decimated. 2 has gotten decimated. Interesting. Interesting. No, I wasn't expecting that. 1. Attack up here. 4. Please attack move here. Jeez, this wall is so scary. Holy shit. Like, what am I even supposed to do against this wall? Well, actually, what I should do against this wall is back up. And just, like, drop couple I need to build siege towers. So we got 3 of those. So 1 is literally just 1 dude now. So we are going to grab all of these. We're going to go pack up. Let's set it up here. Pack up. And set it up here. You are going to pack up. Set yourself up here. This whole squad gonna go up this way. Pack up. Pack somewhere up there. Pack up. Pack. Etc. I can try to. Right, I mean I can definitely just like attack into the corner with this guy. Problem, he has literally 1 HP. Literally 1. So if I screw up, that's kind of it. Archers get more attack range like that. Like that. Like that, like that. This should be fine. Things I've got up there should be fine already. Just unpack like literally next to it. Now, this thing's starting to get tickled, so we're gonna like tactically fill. Right, take man-at-arms, my best units. Stick them all up on here. Because they're the ones who are strong against archers. And once that fills up, we are then going to grab these. Because I can't drop cavalry up there, sadly. Who I would really want to drop up there. So barring that, I'm gonna drop a bunch of these guys. And then we're going to try and, like... Sorry. Take these, we're going to walk them across onto the end, and then we're going to drop them off up here. Oh wait, there still is one thing to do. Hi. 4 of you. Please go break that. Oh hey look, I broke the wall. On garrison up there. when these guys ungarrison, that should enable them. Well, mostly just this squad. Attack move this way. None of these. Just these guys. Attack move. There we go.
The horde
And that should
devastated
solve this
the
problem.
outer city.
Right, that solves that problem, which means maybe with these stables I can start building a bunch more of these guys. That's obviously what that means. Where did I drop my other stable? Oh. Doesn't necessarily matter. Oh no, go kill these guys. What are you doing up here? Okay. Well, that was exciting. I have to actually, like, think and play intelligently. It feels weird. I don't know what this feeling is like. Yeah. Doing the Mongols is always such a weird thing because they are simultaneously deeply fascinating and complex and interesting, and that should be respected and valued, and we shouldn't overly elide them. Where are you guys going? Why are the enemies in front of your faces so hard? Why is that a difficult idea? Now we need to destroy all of these, and I'm gonna lose most of these because they're annoying. I don't lose most people here because I can't micromanage enough to save them from themselves. We can at least try and break a couple of the military structures. If I could do that, I'd be thrilled. I don't think I'll succeed, but I want to try. Because I just need I really just need everyone to stack. And they're not stacking, but that's okay. Go over this way. Attack this. Anything we can break is going to be good. Oh yeah. What? We can still really like games that have problems, Shadow Reaper. As a matter of fact, we still very often do. No such thing as a perfect game and all that. In fact, a game with big problems can actually still be the best representation of a thing to date. Right, those are not two mutually contradictory statements either. As I'm sure Watcher would tell us, Assassin's Creed is probably the best portrayal of the early medieval Ireland in media. And you can do with that information whatever you want. Peaceful. Look at all the sheep. Okay, well, back to the chaos. That is trying to regroup from this whole thing. Build more of those. couple more of those. Bring me up to 3 more of those. And then a couple of mangonels. Should carry me a long way. Oh yeah, no, Shadow Reaper. Consultancy is not the answer here. Because you can, and do, frequently see game devs hire the best in the business. This is a super juicy topic. Right, they can hire some of the best experts in the world. And still end up with something that has a extremely loose relationship to a historical past. Like, consultancy is easy to talk about as if it's some great solution, but at the end of the day, it's actually not. Because, exactly, doing things is hard. Making things that fundamentally, like, alter the way we understand the past is hard. Come on. Get a bit closer, please. Get a bit closer, please. Just want these guys to do a quick little raid. Move fast. Be fast. Be the speed. We go zoom. I just want to, like, have these guys zip around, completely thrash their attempts at doing something. Ugh, they still takes too much damage because they're not shooting the thing I need them to be. I need them to shoot the units, not the... Fine. I need them to shoot the units and they instead shoot the buildings. But the thing is, Shadow Reaper. This is actually a super useful topic, and the Mongols are a really good example of this in this game. Do you think in a historical game that historical accuracy is the primary goal? It's fair to say yes. It's just not right to say yes. What? I just wanted you to move. Wait, so... I wanna have, Nope. Let me phrase it this way. Is it a bad thing to reuse assets in order to save space? Is it a bad thing to localize your thing to be a different language than what was spoken at the time? Is it a bad thing? Right, is it a bad thing to say, hey, maybe you were allowed to build something in a minute instead of in 15 years? Right? With any of those are all examples of the ways in which the practicalities of making a game that is not only literally playable, but fun to play, are the primary goal of... Come on, Traction Trebuchet. attack over here. Where? Anyway. We're just like sneaking in here. This is the sneakiest sneak. And it's all gonna go breaking soon. Actually, maybe we can break this whole... Maybe if I can get this whole one to break. That's the only one guarding this corner. So... Maybe I can be okay? Goodbye. Right? In historical games, the goal is to make a game that is fun. Every time. Even if you don't think it is, that's the goal. That should be the goal. That is not a bad thing. Right? The Mongols here are a great example. Even changes away from what we think of as accuracy, as our best guess reconstruction of the past, are fine. That is still not a bad thing. Right? None of that is a bad thing. The Mongols are a good example, and here's why. The name of the Mongols mechanically is nomads. Right? Obviously, the Mongols are not a purely nomadic group of people. Like, that's not... They're just not. Well, goodbye. I think took 1 point of damage, and now it's gone. But luckily it did its job first. Right? So, we talked about the Ovu earlier. And the ways in which I think it is not as bad of a... right, obviously the fact that it's movable is a bit silly. But they're trying to make a balanced game. They're trying to make a game that is familiar to players. And they're still trying to refer to various elements like sacralities, etc., that exist within the historical reference, while also making it playable. So if we're asking on a strict level, Rodrigo, how historically accurate is it? The answer is not very. Right, the age system is a mess. The fact that everything is military is the worst possible thing to do to recreate history. It's bad at representing historical diversity. It's even worse at explaining historical motivations in non-problematic ways. Many of its mechanics have the loosest, if any, grounding in the events. Sometimes they truly just time travel. They erase powerful women from the narratives. They fall into very simplistic narratives of conflict and all that jazz.
Ran freely through the ravaged city, cutting down
the game
any
is still an
survivors
excellent history
and
game.
plundering its riches.
Because
With Kiev
it is
under Mongol
trying to do
control,
interesting things with
gateway
its
to
mechanics
Europe
and
was
progression to
and the
refer to that
Empire could
history,
continue its
even
conquest
while
into
also
the
making
West.
massive concessions for the sake of being a playable, well-balanced, real-time strategy game made by non-historians. Now that's an interesting question. What do you think of AoE2's history in comparison to AoE4's? It's super complicated. It's super complicated. Age of Empires 2 has a bad problem, especially in its campaigns, of great man historying, where it's taking a biography of a person it has deemed important, and using that as the framework with which it is designing all things. It also is very, 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 very bad at representing non-European cultures. Even though it has a bunch of them, it's actually quite bad at doing it. This game is somewhat better at portraying non-European cultures, though still isn't excellent. But I think the documentary style is a side grade. It's not better history, it's not worse history, it's just differently weird. See you, Blue. It's all very differently weird. Uh, so, we're gonna call it a day, actually, I think here. We're not gonna do another mission before we finish. But, I want to do some wrap up here because I think there's a lot interesting and important to talk about. So we'll head back over this way. And we'll put back on the music. We'll call that its thing. So, where are we? AoE2, AoE4 are differently bad at history, but they're both, I think, excellent history games for what they are. Other things that have changed, right, that we've been talking about is, right, what is the goal of a history game? It's very rarely to do history. And, right, you all obviously know that I will happily criticize a game all the way and then back again for having bad portrayals of history, because that historical corrective analysis is valuable and useful. But that is not the only way to read games, and that is not the only thing games are trying to do, and so it is not the only place the analysis can or should go. Right? Because saying, oh, they did XYZ thing wrong, at some point stops being all that meaningful, because you're not asking why did they make the choice they did, they're asking why didn't they make the game I wanted. That is not super useful. Right? Now, there are things that are worth pointing out, because there are things that they could have vastly improved on within the game that they made. Within the game that they actually made, knowing that you cannot discard the age system, because that's a holdover from Age of Empires 2. And you can't really get rid of the military focus, because that's part of the real-time strategy. And you're gonna need to make the Mongols fully nomadic, and therefore fully mobile, even when that's silly, in order to preserve the mechanical center of what the Mongols do. Now, there are other things, right? The fact that they wrote the narrator to be the most apologetic to the player side ever, that they have problematic ideas of nation states as past historical entities, the fact that they're underrepresenting historical diversities, even just aesthetically, right? They could do a lot more to do that. All those are somewhat useful things to be pointing out, and places where the game is really struggling, I think, and is missing its full potential. But there's also a lot it does well, right? It has flashes of brilliance where the messing with core progression is super duper cool. Some of the ways that they're adapting things, obviously they're straying away from strict historical accuracy, but they're doing that for a reason, and that reason still preserves some sense of a reference to what makes the thing work. Right? What makes the thing that it is. And they've clearly done a lot of research, and I'll be really, really, really curious next year when they release the educational materials that will get you college credit at Arizona State. I think it's ASU? I think it's Arizona State. So they're like saying you can play this for college credit, and with follow-along materials that will be open to the public. I'll be really curious to see what those are, because I think there's something really interesting there, and I'd be really interested to see if there's a way that Age of Empires can move away from its strict Milhist focus in order to actually get people college credit and get a meaningful college class, undergraduate level of course, but a meaningful college class out of this game. It is the largest experiment of its kind, and I'll be really curious to see how that goes. So, obviously consultancy isn't strictly the answer, because that isn't their only objective, right? Consulting, it's University of Arizona. Okay, not ASU. Small but important difference. And Rodrigo, I've only played a little bit of Kingdom Come. It's on the list for the channel. Anyway, right? Because historical accuracy is not the primary or only objective, consultancy is not the only or primary way to fix the problem. Underbird, the unlockable videos are fine. Sometimes, right, I don't have a problem with the video themselves. They're basically what I would use for like a, I don't know, lower level high school, like non-AP, non-B, or non-IB, level history course. Which is all they should really try to be, right? I don't think going more advanced than that in this particular game context would be useful. I think it would be more distracting. The big problem I have with the unlockable videos is that sometimes the choice of video that's being paired with the scenario is not... it's weird. I won't say not useful, I won't say not good, I'll just say weird, because they don't always seem to provide extra information on the events that you just played. They don't appear to complicate the narrative, they just give you basically a fun bit of trivia about a thing. Which is fine, right? It doesn't need to be more than that. It's just, sometimes that trivia doesn't reinforce what the game is arguing, it's just ancillary trivia. So take it as it is, right? But yeah, right, consultancy isn't everything. To come back to that point, I just want to reiterate that. Just having experts on your staff is important, it is necessary, it is not enough. Because history is a big place, right? There's a whole lot of history. And some teams, you know, just want to have a name on the staff to say they had a name on the staff, and use that to legitimize the history of the product. More and more teams don't want to do that. And so we should go into consultancy with good faith, and try and provide the best information we can. But there's a lot of people with history PhDs and no jobs that are not discoverable. And experts can't be experts in everything. And so historians making games isn't enough, historians consulting on games isn't enough, and so where does that leave us? That's one of the things this stream is trying to find out. That's one of the things all the conversations we've had in Historians versus New World is trying to find out. And that's something I've been thinking a lot about recently, as there's more stuff. Stay tuned for more stuff down the road on that topic. But, anyway, this... Exactly, multiply the area of the planet by all the time in human history, and it's a big number. You just get big numbers out of that. And out of big numbers you make bigger history. And then the academics rip you apart for having done big history. Can we get a cringe for Guns, Germs, and Steel? The most literal take on what if the area of the planet. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this. This went a little bit off the rails from where I thought it would go at the end, but in a good way. So thank you, chat. If you did, make sure you follow. We are at... I would love if we could hit 2,000 by the end of the year, which is, you know, week and a half away. We're at 1945. So we're almost there. But that means you should all tell your friends, Because if we can just get 50 more people, we'll hit 2,000 at the end of the year, and that would be awesome. But also, we've got really, really good stuff. So you want to come back and attend stuff anyway, because it's cool content that is worth looking at. Because on Tuesday, we're going to have the last episode of New Historians vs. New World for the year. Not the last one ever. I think we're going to have probably 4 more after that. Underbird, thank you for that. We are now one closer. But we're going to have our very own Reed on. Reed's been a long time community member and is also just finished up the requirements for a religious studies degree. And so we're going to be talking about religion in New World, which is a combination of words. Going to be interesting. And then on Friday, Christmas Eve, where I think we're going to have like a... well, we'll see. I think we're going to start early and run long, and we're going to try and have a nice, big, long, pathless stream. Probably try and finish that game up. Big, long stream. It's going to be super cozy, super chill. Gonna run fast. But also, that game has so much lovely, lovely archaeology in it that we're going to talk right more on archaeology in games, all that jazz. It'll be great. And then we're gonna next week is going to be the week of the guest stream, because on both the 27th and the 31st I will be on other people's streams. But we're also going to be streaming here, just like normal, as much as we can, because it's my break, and so we're going to do that. Also, make sure that you have joined the Discord, and make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. I haven't forgotten about it. I promise. There's a thing halfway through editing. I just need to finish the edit on it. And then there will be an end of year wrap up on that. So it's probably 2 more videos in this calendar year on the YouTube channel that are YouTube specific. And then one early next year. So, more video essays there, more ideas, more stuff. Otherwise, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evenings, and I will catch you all on the next one. And, you know, chat, I want us to, if you want more history and games content, right now, literally right this second, give me a moment. You're going to want to quickly hit that Twitch Prime subscribe button. And you're going to copy this message. And then we're going to go raid someone. Because I believe there's someone else live. Let's make sure that there are friends live. There are, in fact, friends live. So actually, my friend Sophie Quests is playing Witcher 3 right now. I think it's the Blood and Wine DLC. Pretty sure it's Blood and Wine. So, if you're still around, make sure you copy this message. And then we're going to make our way over that way. And, get ready to raid that in. Alright? Have a good... That's it for me. So, everyone, have a good night. And I will catch you all on Tuesday. Ready? Farewell.